here we are by the riverside of the early Hawkesbury River. One of the earliest parts of this European colony, European domain of settlers, country of settlers. This is sacred ground. And its simplicity shows much of what this place is. There are some grand buildings in Sydney, but settled by old peoples with old memories and aged vital bodies, vital unconscious. Whether you consider that to be a collective thing or an individual, that some esotericists believe in a reincarnation until theosis is achieved. But if you take it either way, there is a memory to a vital memory. Because what is your vital unconscious other than what provides your vital forces? And the older these people are, the older we all are, that's the dying of the life that we see. The dying of the life that we see. If you take it on the individual level, then you are older. And that is partly explains the death of life. And a death of the spirit that we experience in the West. And that is a global phenomena now. It's not a matter of one people, it's the whole planet. And so, that vital unconscious as an organism that you're connected to, whether you see it as collective, it's either or, collective or individual. If you say we don't return, the memory still exists. You can just take it collectively. And that collectively we are old. And there is a memory to the cosmos. And so that people came here. But that people also had access to the personal God, who, well, not all of them did, but some did. If they did the right thing, they did have access. And so a thoroughly pagan land, a land dead, its peoples here, a satanic religion, serpent worshippers, which is, that's the case for all of early man. We are also sons of the serpent. But we truly are sons of God if we return. You're not a son of God unless you undertake the process. Well, some saints say, you're not saved. Well, there's some stark reality to some of what the saints say, that you're not saved unless God knows you. God sees everything you do, but you don't know him. This is why he says, be gone, I did not know you. This is the parable of the virgins, and so we should be deeply afraid of that. If we don't undergo, if we aren't granted the kingdom of heaven now, that we won't be saved. It's not even just that, a lot of Protestants think, I'm saved, and I'd have to wait till I die. Well, it's actually worse than that. because that's not even a good scenario. It's supposed to be now. In the Greek, possess the kingdom of heaven, those that are poor in spirit. In the Greek, it means you possess it now. It's not after. It's not inherit, it means possess. And so there's a stark reality to this. If you don't undergo theosis now, that you won't. That St. Simeon, the new theologian, talks about this in his divine love, in his poetry of divine love. That you have to be saved now, continually. And Orthodoxy understands this. Saved now, continually. Or you won't be after. So there's an added impetus there to undergo, to become poor in spirit, to transform the mixed waters that are corrupted, even if you have some sort of experience that you consider to be of God. He wants to purify all that. That's part of the process, as the hesychasts know and understand. It's part of the process. To die, we have to continually, even in the closest union with God, we continually die. We have to be completely cut off, and then he says he'll return in 3 days, and he does. And this is the Ebenezer Church. It's the first, well, claims to be the first church in Australia. I think there might be some connection with existing rather than only. We're going to view inside after we get back. But we're going to walk along the Riverside, return, have some scones, and then we'll go to Wilberforce, but here it is in Saxon text. Makes sense. And so, yeah, there you go. But back on the subject of our conversation. Oh wait, what's happening here? Okay, it's not doesn't seem to be charging. Oh, it's probably because it's 100%. I see. And so here we are. And so let's continue on our topic for today, and we'll talk about the history of this place as we come back towards it. But let's walk down to the shoreline. We'll go around it, walk down to the shoreline. And we have the new segments of the show. We'll begin by reading some of St. Simeon or Simon, the new theologian. We'll read truly a sun-burned, not ruined place. It's fertile, but a perfect place for the gospel to be brought. But, and as we now know, that's not enough. Is that too much of Protestantism is separate from what we're talking about, Theosis. Gosh, I'm not even sure this bushwalk still exists. I have to look. It looks like they're working on some quarry. I don't know. Let's have a look. And so today we'll also go to a pioneer village to get a sense of what it was like. We'll see from this building, and then close by there's a pioneer village we'll have a look at. If our signal holds out, and I hope it does, it should. It will later on. And it should be a little bit wider today. We've got a wider lens. But what were we talking about? We were talking about what's going on here? There should be a footpath that goes along the coast. bushwalk, footpath, something. Maybe this is just a house next to the land and we can walk through it further on. Hope so. And so we were talking about the memory. The people that came here were moderns. The select among them would have been able to or participated in there's some sort of government thing going on there. I reckon it's closed. That's okay though, we'll just visit the church and then go to the next place. Which we're walking back up towards now. And so I guess one would have got down there this way, but now it looks to be closed. Let's bring up the map, have a look. Sorry everyone, just give me a moment. Make sure this is still working as well, or is working at all. Should be. What's going on? And so we were talking about the Beatitudes last week, where the emptiness, becoming Kenosis, self-emptying. This continues all the way into the furthest depth of union with Christ. Because we continually sin as we're purified and improved upon, and it becomes He who lives in us, not we who act. It becomes He who lives in us. And so that's where we reach to, excuse me. Yeah. Unless we can get there through another property. I think that might be, unfortunately, we can't walk down there. Unless there's another way through. I'll have a 2-second look. I don't think I can get through here. Yeah. Man, why are they doing this on Saturday? Why are they doing work on Saturday? It's silly. Look, this is quite a popular church, isn't it? Well, I mean, no doubt if it's the first in Australia, people like to visit it. You can just see quite a few cars here. It's funny when you get rid of your license and you don't have a car, which I haven't for the past 2 years. Your sense of value for distance returns to a more appropriate human form, not inhuman. Looks dark, hey? Looks dark on screen anyway. I don't know if that's dark for you. Let me just take this off and see if it's the lens that does doing that. Just wanted to see. Yeah, I don't think so. Good, it's not the lens. Okay. Toilets. So it looks like this was the pathway, and there's some state government upgrade here. They are investing a lot in rural. Who cares about that? Who cares about what the government's putting its money in? But I don't think we can go in there. Unfortunately. I was hoping to... What to do? Well, Well, look, let's go down the other way. And then we'll return. We'll go down this way and see what we can see of the Riverside down here. And so, there's the entrance. This is built in 1809. This is not a... built in 1809, this church. And they first met... This is where they used to meet, this tree. Clearly it was a much larger tree 200 years ago, but this is where they would have their communion. Of course you're missing out if you're... It's still, of course, it's good to meet in together in the name of Christ, but you're the body and blood of Christ really is in, even Steiner says that, in the sacrament. So you're missing out if you aren't undergoing the sacrament, and I don't think they would have as Presbyterians. That doesn't mean it's not holy though. Some authentic people, you can have communion outside of that, of course, as the saints even say. You have communion every morning if you're undergoing contemplation, is communion. You feast on Christ. I can assure you from a direct experience that's true. And you don't, why take my word for it? Find out for yourself. B, see what the saints say about it. It's talked about in Unseen Warfare, a collaboration between East and West. But here it is. Heartfelt and authentic. Even in a pagan land, even in a ruined land, in a sense, you could think about this prehistoric land that this was. It almost was this shell, this sunburnt shell. Can the heart be disclosed? The Lord likes to work through the unseen. Not in the famous places in Rome and the famous hierarchies necessarily, right? Valentin Tomberg was unknown most of his life. Most of the saints are rejected their lives only afterwards that they may be approved. And most aren't, who are. So, these little places matter. A little intimate church, a deathbed confession made in authentic love, a deathbed repenting. These things are remembered for eternity, are part of the book of life, if they're full of authentic love, divine love. And in a sense we rest on the pinnacle of a sickness, of a tragedy and a human suffering and human joy. But access along that long history, that understand that you bear it in your vitality, has a memory. Your vital unconscious has the memory from before the fall and all the time after it. And so part of your being has been here, whether you see it collectively or individually. It's either one though, because it exists. Cosmos has a memory. You don't have to accept individually, but you're old and until you become a child again. And that's why people, in a sense, walking around in modernity, chasing the will to power, is a disease of old age. It's the old man, as Orthodoxy calls it. It's Adam. It wasn't always merely the will to power. The further you go back, it changes. So you carry this history in the vital body. And as you undergo initiation, theosis, concentration without effort in prayer leads to contemplation. As you undergo this, you become conscious of the vital unconscious. In becoming poor in spirit, you are led to the next, inheriting the kingdom of heaven, not inheriting, being possessing it. And you could see, in a sense, you can see the graveyard here. You could see this as a as this organism. Look at the graveyard that you just here. And the church, the heart of the matter, the church and the graveyard around it, you could consider this vital body. The ground of it, the heart of it, is the first beginning, you could call it. Or before the fall even. But it's memory. But you reconnect to, through becoming poor in spirit, you reconnect. The vital body is ecstasy. It's going to the ground of the soul. And that goes back in time. The vital body is not a spatial body, it's a temporal body. And it goes back beyond your own life. So you possess this thing that's old. And so you can see that play out in the change in people. In one generation to the next, there's a developmental difference. We're old now. The West is, it's not even the West, it's the whole world without Christ is old. There's a river down here. Hopefully we can get a better look at it than this. Look at it gently flow past. That is kind of the vital body, that flow. Weird fate. It's a push from this vital body to a final destination, a dead destination. So the will to power, this desire for power over, that is modernity, and everyone operates like this unless they find Christ. This is just the values. They manifest themselves in different ways. For women, it's more trapping game, gathering, trapping game. For men, it's more hunting, trapping game, gathering resources. And so, this, if you're undergoing the concentration without effort practices, you're slowly recognizing. What are you recognizing first? You're recognizing your first thing you recognize, hopefully, 3 months, 6 months of the practice, you may recognize, well, look, you actually have to recognize to bring this about, to get to the next beatitude. You have to recognize your fundamental guilt. Guilt and need. Now, for the previous generation, before the soul death, because the spirit died earlier on for people collectively, now the soul is beginning to die in Western, and every man in the world, Western man is worldwide, man. The soul is dying. How do we see that? Where do we see that? The cynicism, disconnection from reality of postmodern online life, the lack of care, the misplaced empathy, the catty, bitchy, irony bro tone. It actually can't be overcome. There's no return to sincerity unless that being is obliterated by the master. It'll just be a posturing of sincerity. And so, what did John the Baptist call people to? It was enough right then, and when the master, right after the master incarnated, it was enough to have this change of heart only. What is that change of heart? You have to do this, that change of heart. When I say we need a fundamental recognition of our guilt, that's a recognition that you're a sinner. But what's our disease? This is one aspect of our long dead organism from a long time, thousands of millennia old. One aspect of our disease is, I'm a good person, but I'm a good person, I'm a goodie. You're not a good person. When, you know, it's a pose, we just have this, it's a not wanting to admit one is a sinner. It's a fleeing from a primordial guilt, primordial shame, primordial guilt, primordial fear. You don't feel or see these things in your normal everyday experience. They're deeper down in the unconscious. They have to be brought to the surface. And so we'll continue to walk down here for a bit, then we'll return to the church, get some scones perhaps, and look inside. That's okay, we're here out in the sticks. This is the edge of Sydney. It's a kind of, I guess you could consider it it's a farming area. This is the oldest farming area of the colony, the Hawkesbury River. It's a flat area with a big river that runs through it. And there wasn't as large a space that had that, so it was like a breadbasket for farms, homesteads. But so, back to the subject at hand. And so that's one recognition of your guilt. What else is that called? Repenting. How do you do it? Confessing every morning before your practice. That's one side of it. More is needed now, though. So there's 4 things. Guilt. Fundamental guilt that you're a sinner. Fundamental need. Fundamental primordial anxiety, care. The word care, Anglo-Saxon, means a harrowing. You know, have you ever mourned that much? That's that primordial alone that everyone truly is. Doesn't matter. You'll die alone. You're going to die alone. That you are alone. That's primordial anxiety. It is a being towards death at the ground of who you are. There's a bit more of the Riverside. It's someone else's property, so I can't go any further there. It's not England. There's no right to roam. There's a right to get shot. Well, that's more America, right to get shot. Yeah. And so we have to go through, as we become poor in spirit, go through all these cut off, lax as spirit, whatever it might be, the mixed spirit, some experience of divine things, whatever it might be, mixed with some things that aren't divine. The waters below the firmament are mixed, so they have to be cut off. Our whole lives, we go through a cycle of being cut off, and that's fine. It becomes a good thing as you get used to it. It becomes a inspiration from the vital body, and then the comfort that comes from the spirit. But they are both spiritual impulses. One from this primordial memory. But it's this grand drama. And the inspiration comes in the form of an ever complex song, not yet articulated into words. It's a word, you could call it, but it's an inspiration of emotiveness from also the divine spiritual realm. And you'll notice it because you're just not familiar with these. You're not familiar with an ancient mourning, a mourning from a drama 4,000 years old or from before the fall. You're not familiar with that. But it has a character of length and old being. And the more you are old and deep and you're divine. I did want to just show a bit more of the river. I think there's more colonial stuff over there. Looks like nice. Yeah. I think they do water skiing along the river. Yeah. Shame that I don't have a front desk, because I would ask if I could go have a look. Or maybe that's it over there. Maybe. Nah. Doesn't say no entry though, it just says members and guests. I wonder if I can... Nah, forget it. I'm not in the mood for getting told to leave from somewhere. Let's continue on our subject then. is going through a tragedy. We are living a tragedy. It's a tragedy that people don't know, and they call themselves Christian, and they don't have contemplation or union. Even the lower levels of it, they don't have this. They're deeply wounded and they don't know it. And they don't know. That's the tragedy. They are deeply in need. Soul, spirit, and body, they're deeply in need. They're sick. They're so sick and they don't know. And so in the recognition of that, and you will recognize that, you'll start to mourn yourself from what, as you transform, as the vital body becomes more conscious to you, as the spirit becomes conscious to you, the kingdom of heaven, because you become poor in spirit, you'll start to mourn. Firstly, you mourn because of your sins, but you also mourn because of this vital body I was talking about, this tragedy, this age-old organism, this drama. Both the mourning and the comfort are inspirations. One, the mourning, you must face this mourning. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. These are two impulses. Blessed are those who mourn. Is this vital unconscious becoming conscious, this memory, to all the way back through time. It's remembered emotively. It takes a long time before it to become fully conscious. It begins as inspiration is an emotive thing, right? They're impulses that later become word and sight and more propositional knowing, but the deeper knowing is the inspiration. The deeper knowing is the intuition, is the spiritual touch, is the gift of black perfection, the intuition, the unseen truth felt in these different ways. And so we have to, once this morning begins, because we've been recognizing our need, giving thanks, we have to face primordial fear and doubt, which is called care or primordial anxiety, because we're dying. Because we're dying, and then the devil tries to tempt you to doubt the Lord. But we must persist in the concentration without effort in prayer again and again and again. We must persist into the light of mourning, and through the mourning we must face the mourning and the pain with calm equanimity. Embrace and attend to the mourning. Don't flee from it. Blessed are those who mourn. Continue your concentrations. Attend to where it is that you feel the mourning coming from, especially in the practice. Do not embrace, allow, attend. Endure it. And after it's finished, continue in the nothingness. You're going to the 0 point here, right? Continue in the nothing and wait. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. The mourning is a fundamental question. The pain means it's heard in the spiritual world. And the comfort, along with words later on, of course, like these things develop, but you'll know that these aren't psychological emotions. These are divine emotiveness, this mourning that comes out of nowhere in the depth of practice. And you just endure it and continue to the allotted time through that primordial light of nothing. And at the same time, you'll have things happening in life that try to pull you away from the practice, but you continue. Even though these goals are being put aside and you start feeling anxious, you start feeling doubts. Should I start the practice? You know, this and that, right? Doubts in God, doubts in whatever. These are all part of the process to try to stop you from doing it. But the saints have all said that it must be done. Calm equanimity, you face it, And this is how you learn, by facing this primordial care, and these will be the necessities of life, will challenge you. Yet you stick to the path, you keep doing the practice every morning, you sacrifice this time and give it to the Lord, And what comes from this endurance of need? Because you have to face down need. The needs that you have to face down, like I said, are the provisions of life. Poor. You're in need, but the Lord will provide for you. If you're not extravagant about it, you're not to be extravagant. It's not to provide for your extravagance. But if you have faith, and so facing this need of soul, need of body, need of spirit, in and outside the practice, in destiny and within in the soul, I could give you examples of destiny, which is, you're like, oh, how am I going to provide for myself, my retirement? The sort of false dilemmas come up. Where's my money going to come from? Where's this or that? The Lord said he'll provide for you, but these worries come up. And what do the saints say? The devil gets you in guilt about the past, worry about the future. He gets you. Guilt about the past and then worry for the future. And so that's an externality. But at the start, you're scoured in the soul. You're scoured in the practice itself by the devil bringing up these things as anxieties and worries. There's the church. Not a great sight from this angle, really, but it's all right. We'll go in a moment. Let me check everything's still working. Here we are. This is good. Nice wide angle lens. Let me check. And so blessed are those who mourn. For they shall be comforted. Let me just read the chats, everyone. Hello, Scott. Off on another adventure, says Chris Doak. Always glad to see you, my friend, here. Kiddicism says, popping in to say hi. My internet is not steady enough to stick around. God bless Australia. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you next week. Delighted to see you out and about on this beautiful day, Scott. Cheers and safe journey on your walk. And ZDMC Zach, our good friend from the fellowship. 2 friends from the fellowship here today. Blessings in the name of Christ to you, Scott, and all who tune in. Life overcomes slop. Amen. Very true. Always appreciate the friends. And new friends and old joining. I see new faces popping in across different platforms. We're on Kick. We're on Rumble. We're on Twitter. We're on Twitch. But of course, YouTube is the one where all the chats are best kept to. Though I think Kick also some chats might come through there. That's a new platform. Well, it's not that new as a platform, but I'm new on it. And so, should we finish what we're saying, or should we go get some scones and then do our reading? We've been about an hour, haven't we? I'll get the scones. Let's get the scones, and we'll come back here. Something to do. And we'll continue what we're saying, which is very important. Mourning. Blessed are those who mourn. So the mourn is deeper than just you And you get a sense of this over, this is a long period of time, friends, that this starts to become clear. The amount of times I've read my lecture notes again and again and again, and just more stuff becomes clearer and clearer because of Christ. And so you've got to be patient. But the Mourning, you'll experience these things straight away, but you won't know in full consciousness their significance fully until later. You'll notice they're very deep though. These divine emotiveness, this mourning. It's not something that you're, I originally called it the airport feeling, but like greeting a relative or leaving a relative at the airport, but it becomes deeper than that. Like I said, it's got a certain eternal quality to it, or just and this is connected to the music of the angeloi. Inner music. Think about how you consider music, because we have pop music. We think about music that plays in our heads as, oh, it's just subjective. But like I said, later on, a music comes with inspiration. And this is the music of the angeloi. Think what that would have been to ancient people, just to hear music playing in their minds. Or an individualized one anyway. Let me just put you guys on my thing here while I get these scones. And yeah.
Afternoon.
Hi, how you going? Oh yeah, I was just going to buy some scones, I was thinking, and a Diet Coke. Is it too late for that?
No.
Oh, okay. No rush. How are you ladies going? Is this your parish?
Oh yeah, we're in the parish. We're all volunteers who come here
Oh, good.
for this though, so.
That was good to see.
A Diet Coke, you said? And how many scones did you want?
I'll just have 2. Could I get extra cream though? I'm happy to pay for it, if that's all right.
Just 2, Mark. 2 scones.
2 scones.
With extra jam and cream. No tea or anything.
I thought it was pretty inventive how your parish got the funding to restore the church in terms of contacting the descendants of the...
Yeah. It made a difference.
Yeah, that's really good.
A sort of a... What do you call it? I think anyway that we'd move it up each time when we got closer to the now.
Oh, yeah. It kind of speaks to the Australian colonial experience as well. It's not some big, massive thing.
No,
it's like an intimate, small... And
you can imagine them, can't you?
Yeah.
Even when they, you find out that they used to meet under the tree over the road.
Yeah.
Which we're in the act of getting a new fence around.
Yeah, it speaks to what Christ is like. He chooses people that aren't in the necessarily in the grand church hierarchy in Rome, but whoever will be of use to him.
We haven't got many that come here now, unfortunately. But
Yeah. You mean religious people or just people from...
I remember the church.
Yeah. That'll change. I know certain different denominations are growing, like Orthodoxy is growing, I think.
I don't know. It's not because we're all. Excuse me, I'll get over here. We're all our age in the church, and if a couple just goes away for a weekend or something, it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
But there's no young ones coming on, so. Yeah.
Well, you mean in this particular parish? Yeah.
In here.
Yeah. Well, that's about but
Okay, that'll cost you $10.
yeah. Oh, okay. This is cash only. Yeah, of course. Oh, okay. We can
You can do it that way.
do it this way.
Yep.
All right. Let me see. I can do that. Let me get my laptop out. I'm just going to do my laptop over here, and I'll show you the receipt after. Just wait here, my friends, while I arrange this. It's take a little while. Take a little while. Sorry, it's a bit slow.
He's just putting it through.
Yeah, it takes a little while.
Do you want this back? Thank you. We're a step closer to getting a proper machine to just put your card on, but it takes so long.
Oh, okay, so it's not a money thing. Does it cost money to have one?
Oh, it does cost money, but we've sort of ordered it and everything else, but then they've got to go to that bank because that bank doesn't do this thing. And
Yeah.
then they forget it, they put it over in a corner and that's that. But hopefully...
Never mind. It probably is essential though. Most people don't carry cash.
No.
I actually want to carry cash, but I just get a bit, I guess I get a bit lazy about it. Because it's better to have cash, I think. But, sorry, this is a bit slow, this.
So have you heard from Beryl?
No. I've got to ring her up before we go away because she's sending this another sack of those and some walnuts that she'd shelled.
Okay.
So I gave those to Pam yesterday to give to Jenny because she puts them in a nut loaf.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure whether she wouldn't have gone that quickly, I don't think, but I don't know whether they can afford it or not, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Right, everything.
Okay, yeah. How much?
10.
And that's with a Diet Coke, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just included one down GG.
No worries. Okay, well, there we go.
Looks good to me.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
no worries. All right, okay, yep, great. Where's that going?
Wherever you want to sit.
I guess over there'd be fine. I could have taken that. Thanks for that. All right. Thanks so much.
All right.
Have a nice day. Okay. All right, friends. Here we are. We're going to read for a little while. We're almost finished with Steiner's guidelines. Some homemade scones. I think they're homemade anyway. They would be. Which I thought I'd have. Not that this is the program for that. But looks nice. I have one. And so what were we talking about? We were talking about the mourning. Good to see everyone's still there. Chris Stokes says the Diet Coke makes its weekly appearance. This is perfect though, it's got the church in the background and all that. And so we were talking about mourning. Oh, got some cream on me. And those are impulses from the mourning is the impulse of ecstasy. Not always. It can often be about your repenting of sin, but the primordial mourning is about that ecstasy from the ground of the soul all the way back. You can think about, like I said, collectively or individually. Whether the individual has come here before, you can leave that open to debate and just leave it as collective, as someone like Jung would say. And so that organism is the drama of that multi-millennia being that has suffered. What does St. Paul say when he says the whole cosmos grinding, birthing pains? And so you participate in that drama. You mourn. It's like a moral vacuum, bearing and bearing it in calm equanimity, in your concentration without effort, in prayer, with the Jesus prayer, bearing that in calm equanimity. This is over a long period of time. This happens over 3 months to a year, 3 months. The mourning appear, but there are depths to it that in the theory, it begins, like I said, emotively. It's only over a long period of time that it's made more and more conscious. It is conscious to a degree in that it's felt as mourning, but it deepens over time. And so, in a sense, you could consider that the primordial past, the remembrance of the vital body. Like I said, the vital body, you have a vital unconscious that grants you, it's part of the vital forces you are granted, that goes all the way back to the fall. And so, at the same time, these two things were participated in to some degree by the Pythagoreans and the Hermeticists before Christ, but they never had contact with the Logos. It was always the memory, not the living memory. And it was only after the incarnation that authentic initiation was possible, which is both at the same time, ecstasy and ecstasy. Ecstasy is to the ground of the soul, the subject. Ecstasy is to the essence of the object. And you could say to some degree the Pythagoreans participated in that. But they never had the whole solution because it wasn't possible until Christ incarnated. And so with Lazarus, the resurrection of Lazarus, and then the incarnation, the crucifixion of Christ and his resurrection, then this process of both at the same time, leading to the authentic ground of both of them, not going to the edge of it like the pagans did, but going through. And that's what these two impulses are, mourning and comfort. The comfort comes from outside the object, the ground of the object, let's say, ecstasy, the spiritual world. And the vital world, let's say, the vital unconscious is where the mourning comes from. They're both spiritual impulses, though. And so there is so much in that, blessed are those who mourn. Yeah, in this country, it's not clotted cream, it's whipped cream, which is probably better because it's less calories. It's nice. So there's so much to unpack from both, which we'll continue today. So let's read a little from Steiner. We were up to... Forgive me, while I find where we were. I think we were here. So, okay, this is quite short. I'll finish this and I'll eat some more. Last time it was dealing with really, it's been dealing with the whole process of human development, how we've come to be who we are. And so I'm sure it will explore some of the themes that I was actually talking about. But let's just start with this section. It might as well be a new essay. What is the reality of the earth within the macrocosm? In these contemplations, we have viewed the evolution of the cosmos and the earth from the most varied viewpoints. We have shown how the forces of man's being come from the outer earthly cosmos, except for those who give him his self-consciousness. Okay, so we've shown how the forces of man's being come from the outer cosmos, or from the edge, beyond the edge, let's say, beyond the edge of the known. That's it, what is unconscious, right? The unknown. But what he's saying here, though, is that what generates self-consciousness seems to be what is earthly. These come to him from earth. This indicates the meaning of the earth for humanity, or facticity of incarnating. It brings up the question, what is the meaning of the earth for the macrocosm? In order to approach the answer to this question, it's necessary to review what has already been said. The seer's consciousness finds the macrocosm increasingly alive as it penetrates further into the past. In the distant past, all calculability of its nature ceases. Man was separated from this nature the macrocosm entered even further into the sphere of the calculable. Which is what we experience now in modernity. Everything is numbered. You know, Apocalypse talks about number, measure, quantity rather than quality. So the macrocosm, the object, we could call it, entered even further into the sphere of the calculable. In this process, however, it gradually died. And you see that in modernity, don't you? In the growing techniques. In the measure in which man, the microcosm, emerged from the macrocosm as an independent being, the former gradually died. In the measure in which he emerged as an independent being, the object died, the macrocosm gradually died. Or spiritual experience dies for man. Things we've changed, like I mentioned earlier, the being that we are has changed. In the cosmic present, a dead macrocosm exists. Is that not true? The collective being that we share, a dead macrocosm exists or persists. But in this evolutionary process, not only man arose, the earth also arose from the macrocosm. Man, who derives the forces for his self-consciousness from earth, is much too close to it to clearly understand its nature. In the full unfolding of self-consciousness during the consciousness soul age, which is modernity, primarily situated in the British Isles originally, man has become accustomed to direct his attention to the spatial magnitude of the universe and to consider the earth as being a kind of dust particle, inconsequential when compared to the physical space of the universe. It will therefore seem strange at first when spiritual observation reveals the true cosmic meaning of this so-called dust particle. The vegetable and animal kingdoms are embedded in the earth's mineral foundation. In all of them, live the forces which appear in their various forms during the seasons. Look at the plant world. In the autumn and winter, it displays dying forces. The seer's consciousness perceives them. In these forms the essence of the forces which have brought about the macrocosm's process of dying. In these forms of autumn. In spring and summer, the forces of growth and sprouting are evident in plant life. The seer's consciousness does not only see in the growth and sprouting what is blessed by plant life during the year, but a surplus of germinating forces. The plants receive more germination force than they expend for the growth of leaves, flowers, and fruit. This surplus of germinating forces streams out into the outer earthly cosmos before the seer's vision. In the same way, surplus force from the mineral kingdom streams out into the outer earthly cosmos. This force has the task of bringing the forces that come from the plants to the correct regions of the cosmos. Under the influence of the mineral forces, a newly formed image of a cosmos is created by the plant forces. In the way that he divides those, you could call them physical. Mineral is the physical forces, and plant is the sort of psychological unconscious that we talk about, those forces. Like if you think about how he's dividing these into plant, mineral, and animal forces, think about it like this. Particle physics will eventually discover how matter, energy, and energy is merely a more enfolded psychological force, or the will, and psychological force is merely a more enfolded spirit or consciousness, you could call it. And the true spirit, of course, is love from Christ, but that's how it works. It's an enfoldment from spirit. And so that's what he's talking about here when he mentions plant, mineral, animal Just wanted to mention that. So mineral forces, or the physical forces, a newly formed image of the cosmos is created by the psychological forces, which are related to the plant, the archetypal forces. Think about an archetype is like a tree. Archetype, you sprout from a tree from your archetype. If you are the multiplicity of the one archetype, say if that's Christ, right, or Adam, or if there's like a genesis from one species, the individual horse, and then horseness is the archetype, let's say, right? There's one, and then they're the leaves from that tree. And so that's what that day of creation means when it talks about plants. It means the domain of archetypes. So there are also forces that come from the animals that we mentioned, which is like the vital unconscious we were talking about. These do not act as the mineral and plant forces do, streaming out from the earth, but they gather what the mineral and plant forces have carried to the universe and combine them into a sphere and create therewith the image of an enclosed macrocosm. Now, it sounds strange when he says plant forces and animal forces, but you'll probably find that these domains of the unconscious actually do operate these different types of creatures. Like the Genesis story breaks down into what he's saying here, the 7 days of creation. And we know, and those things are true if you see the world archetypally and as these 4 different spheres, with a physicality being the final one, and the other 3 enfold into this one that we're only familiar with sense experience. Okay. This is how the spiritually cognitional consciousness perceives the essence of the earthly domain. Which is basically what I just said, is that you have to have the faculties that come from initiation that begin in what I've been talking about all this morning, through mourning, through becoming poor in spirit, through concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer. It exists within the dead macrocosm, giving new life, the essence of this earthly domain. So we're in a dead modern macrocosm, right? In the surface level. This essential domain exists within that. Now let's read what the forces were again. There are also forces that come from the animals. There is a surplus of forces from the mineral kingdom, or the physical, that streams into the outer earthly cosmos. Then there's a force that has the task of bringing them the forces from the plants to the correct regions of the cosmos, out under the influence of those mineral or physical forces. A newly formed image of the cosmos is created by the plant forces, or the archetypes. That makes sense though, right? A new image is created by the archetypal forces, if we see plant as the sphere of creation. Archetypes, of course, generate the new, don't they? Just like Christ is our prototype, generates life for us, so too is that with plants and animals. So that actually makes sense. But you just have to relabel. He's calling them animal, but they actually break down to the 4 spheres I was talking about. And so those forces regenerate an essential domain underneath the dead modernity that we don't normally have access to. Just as from a seed, which is so insignificantly small, a large plant emerges when the old one dies and disintegrates. A new macrocosm will come into being from the dust particle, Earth, when the old one disintegrates. Which is kind of fitting that we're at a sort of intimate, small church here today. That idea. And that's kind of true. Isn't that what Christ did? Like nothing good comes from Nazareth, was it? right? A nowhere place, like, you know how Carl Sagan said pale blue dot, insignificant pale blue dot spot, the Earth, right? This Spurg scientist. Yeah, that's right. That doesn't prove anything, because so was Israel was insignificant. It wasn't Rome, and so was Nazareth. Is nowhere, right? Pale blue dot. Anyway, that's the point. Foolishness in the eyes of the world, as Paul says, right? And from that dust particle, and so anyway, we'll go on. That is a true vision of the Earth's essence, or facticity's essence, the cosmos's essence, that in all its parts a universe is germinating. One obtains a understanding of the kingdoms of nature only by sensing this germinating element in it. Within this germinating life, man undertakes his earthly existence. He participates in the germinating as well as in the dying processes. And isn't that what we're talking about? Mourning and comfort. He derives his thinking forces from the dying element, abstracting thought. Our thinking is thinking on its own. It's like, you know, when you try to recall things, they're kind of grey. Concepts and ideas are kind of ephemeral, grey. Whereas you go back to Greek times, they were sort of connected with the imagistic. They had more power. And divine thought is more a connection of will and feeling together. And so we lack that completely in modernity. It's just an abstracted thought on its own, which is satanic, this dying element. But it's kind of connected with the four cherubim, right? Our thinking is connected with the bull at the bottom. It's like mineral, earthy, matter. But you have to reunify them all. When you unify all the four cherubim, which are four joys in the ground of the unconscious, four motive impulses, when you unify them in the concentration without effort practice and initiation, they become a quintessence. And what is that? The crystalline peace of the apocalypse, right? The peace-filled joy, not the other motive powers which come from temporality, but purified joy, angelic joy. Like in the cherubim, the angels at the top, right? He is the combination of the other three. So thought, feeling, will, divine thinking, the angel at the top, is the combination of the other three. YHVH. Yod is the combination of YHVH, the divine name, Yahweh, Yod, YHVH. Yod contains the other three letters after it in potentiality. And so you have to go the reverse way up. And you do that through initiation, because they're experienced as, the cherubim are experienced as. Like, what's our Zoe, our energy, our joy? It all feels like, at the start, feels like the same vital joy. You know, when we're excited by something or motivated to do something, the kind of motive impulse, the positive pleasure, it's all this surface level. It has no different quality. It's the same quality. But through the initiation process, the more complex the other three are experienced, until you get the clean one, which is divine, right? Like, because there's the whore of Babylon or the whore of riding the dragons back in Apocalypse, the intoxicating joy. And then there's the crystalline. Anyway, that's how the saints say you tell the right impulses is when it comes with peace. Eternal breath with peace. As Christ says when he blows on, peace be with you, and he blows on them. That's a experienceable phenomena in the practice that we talk about. And so let's continue. Basically, I was just making the point that, agreeing with his point of abstracting Our thought has been devoid of any impulse, any imagination, any impulse, any will, any feeling. And actually, more authentic thought has those three things with it. And divine thought has divine feeling and will with it. It's like a primordial power. The Ten Commandments carried power of feeling and thought with them. They shuddered in the face of those when they were granted, right? It's not a mere proposition that we now experience. It carried, like it's like a power word. That's what divine word is. And on deeper levels than just like a surface thought, feeling, and will, also a doxa. You know, the apostles were astonished at Christ's doctrine. Astonished. And it carried, exousiai is the Greek word, which is the same word for the powers in the angelic hierarchy, the exousiai. And so Christ's word carried with it spiritual, the power, same power that the exousiai have, which makes your whole physical, unconscious being shudder in the face of it. It's not a mere surface feeling. It's not a mere surface, even will. So these different levels of being I'm talking about shudder in the face of divine thought, feeling, and will. But what are we left with? Being far removed since the fall, we're left with, at the end of 3,000 years, dead abstracted thought. And so let's continue here. So one obtains an understanding of the kingdoms of nature only by sensing this germinating element within it. Within this germinating life, man undertakes his earthly existence. He participates in the germinating as well as the dying processes. He derives his thinking forces from the dying element. As long as these thinking forces came in the past from the still living macrocosm, they were not the foundation of the self-conscious human being. From the still living macrocosm. They acted as growth forces in human beings who still had no self-consciousness. The thinking forces in themselves may not have a life of their own if they are to form the foundation for free human self-consciousness. Together with the dead macrocosm, they must in themselves be the dead shadows of the cosmic past. On the other hand, man participates in the earth's germinating process. His will forces come from them. And the will, I mean, you don't know where the will is it? It's just this thing that you're desiring, and you have this energy to move things around, your attention. But where is it? It's out in the world. You can't consciously see it. It's unconscious to you. They are life itself. But man, and so as you move towards that, are you moving towards more this becoming he's talking about, this germinating? They are life itself, but man does not participate in their essence, but his self-consciousness. So you don't participate in these germinating processes, which is what Nietzsche calls becoming. But you can. You can through Christ. They are life itself. Man does not participate. Like I said, they radiate into the shadows of thought within the human being. The shadows of thought stream through them. And in this streaming of thought, in the germinating earth, full, free human self-consciousness enters humanity. In the consciousness soul age, which is the modern age, right? We're separated from the object, the dying subject separated from the object. The past casting shadows and the future containing the seeds of reality meet each other in the human being. Say that again. The past casting shadows and the future containing the seeds of reality. The future contains the seeds of the reality. I often talk about that. Meet each other in the human being, and this meeting is human life in the present, if it's not covered over in fake future, in anxieties, and dominated by what has been, the shadow of the past. And this meeting, that this is so is immediately evident to the seer's consciousness when it finds itself in the spirit region, which borders directly on the physical one, and in which one also finds Michael's field of activity. Or, which would be, I guess you'd call the vital unconscious. All earthly life becomes transparent when one senses the seed of the universe in its foundation. Every plant form, every stone, they appear to the human soul in a new light when it realizes that every one of these things contributes by its life, by its form, to the earth, being the embryonic seed of a new, reviving macrocosm. If one only tries to bring to life his thinking about these facts, he will realize what it can mean for humanity's sensibility. Goetheanium, 1925. So this is Steiner. I think he's about 2 months from his death. So 153. This is the principles that are connected to this. During the beginning of the consciousness soul age, people had become accustomed to concentrate on the spatial physical grandeur of the universe, which is cosmology, as science articulates it. And above all, to the sensible aspect, the 5 surface senses, right, of this. Therefore, one called the earth a dust particle with the physical immense universe. 154. This dust particle reveals itself to clairvoyant consciousness as the seed of a newly developing macrocosm, while the old one dies out. It had to die in order that man could separate himself from it in full self-consciousness. 155. In the cosmic present, man participates with his liberating thinking forces in what has died, the macrocosm. In the present, the cosmic present. And with his will forces concealing from him in their essence, they're unconscious, these will forces. You in your will, you participate in the earth's germinating, reviving, new macrocosm, closer to the essence of things. But it's unconscious to you. Your will is out in the world. And the more you can, in this process of, and that's that section. I might read this other one later, I don't know. I'll just finish these food. So the will's out in the world, unconscious to us. And that's what concentration without effort in prayer does. Withdraws the will from its, to the essence of things, to the essence of the subject and the object, right? By purifying of surface desires, because the will is tied up with desire. Becoming poor in spirit, you have to do that to go to the essence of things. So if you want to participate in that germinating and go beyond that to follow divine will, that's what that morning practice does. It's practicing the 3 monastic oaths of poverty, obedience, chastity. You're in poverty of the senses by concentrating. And in obedience, because that's what Christ most wants you to do, praying to him, asking for his mercy in worship. And chastity, because you're not participating in sinning in that time, and you're rejecting temptation in that time as well. And so at the end of today, we're going to read from St. Maximus. Optically Infinity says, hey Scott, did you get my Rumble rant? I didn't. If you post it here, I'll read it, and I'll check all the other platforms after. Just because I'm on the move, I can't check the other platforms. So jump on, just write it here, Optically Infinity, and I'll 100% respond to it. I haven't set it up so the automatic things pop up on the screen. I will. But again, feel free to do these Rumble things or super chats or whatever, and I'll post them here, and I'll arrange to read them out. I'd have to get my laptop out to look at it right now, but if you could just post it on the YouTube, if you're still watching, I'll respond to it. Let's check this is still working. It is, good. And so this afternoon, we're going to read St. Maximus. After we go to, we'll have a look inside the church first, but then we'll go to this pioneer town, and then we'll read St. Maximus, because Sunday is the Sunday of the Paralytic. And St. Maximus has an incredible, St. John Chrysostom has an incredible homily on that, which is, and we're talking about the restoration of forces here, so it's all relevant. Let me just finish this, and then we'll have a look at the church, and then we'll leave, we'll get an Uber, and we'll go to where we were going to go to. Pioneer Village, if you want to see what what the colony used to look like. That's where we're going to go have a look at next. Not something I eat very often, but I thought on stream my fasting wouldn't allow me to have this. But on these days it's okay. Plus I can show you guys what it is and stuff. I guess that's raspberry jam, right? I'll show you when it's properly done. There it is. Looks pretty good, right? They are nice. If that was clotted cream, which they have in UK, when they do this, it would be 16 million calories, right? It's like butter. Clotted cream is like having full butter. But that is just whipped cream. My grandmother used to make these for me. I rarely have them. What's nice? Nice. Right, that's a bit boring. I'm gonna move on. Okay. It's been what? We can do the next chapter and the next place we go. Maybe we didn't read that much of that. Oh, you know what we haven't read yet as well? We missed the first segment. I'll read this when we're waiting for the Uber. Or is it? There it is. Okay, grab that. Let's have a look at this church. Get our Uber. A bit of a mess, but a bit of a mess for the ladies here. Hopefully that's okay. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks so much for that. Let's have a look at this church. Okay. Here we go. There's an intimacy to it, isn't there? I feel it. To just imagine it's just a small parish at this really wild and dangerous, remote place, very remote from all civilization. It's not like America. Like maybe the American West is a little bit like this. Obviously there was the Indians, but there were Indians here too, the Aboriginals. They killed the people, they attacked people. That was a threat for them. But you got to understand how far this is away. It's a long the ship ride is so much longer than America, you know, to get back to Britain and Europe. But America, it's not as bad. It's worse here. The people really felt that they were they felt like they were on Mars. They're a long way away. And so very homesick. I don't think the people in America felt particularly homesick. I think they felt more free. I think here was so hot, you know, so hot, so dry, so red. Although it's green here, but when you get over the mountains, it's so dry and red. And so just imagine this parish, right? This is the heart of Jesus, right? This need. And so let's go in. You can kind of see that in the intimacy of the small dwelling and the old British flag. I think this was a Scots Presbyterian church originally. That's like a uniting church now. It's just a small, intimate. You know, a lot of people want to see some grand building as if it's some sort of entertainment. But there's a spirit to a place. If you are a person of depth and you put time into doing these practices, you begin to be able to feel an organism connected with a place that you can dwell with for a time. You are very comfortable. In fact, it's better for you to be on your own, to be able to contemplate this or that spirit of things. In fact, you need to not be experiencing the spirit of gossip, the spirit of bitchy gossip that is Twitter and just being around other people where it's this discomfort with silence. You need silence. And you can see out that door, the river in the far distance, that lifeline. Well, it doesn't go back to Sydney. You have to take a road to get home here. There's no fast way back to Sydney back then. But this is a very early part of the colony. You could take that though. I think the river will go out to the ocean, so you could take it all the way down the Hawkesbury on the other side if the current was going that way. And so why don't we just sit down really briefly, and you know, maybe you can join me in praying for 5 minutes or just a little while. Pray the Jesus prayer for a while. Look at the old altar, eh? I'm going to do that. Won't be long, 4 minutes, less. Just sit here. What do you got? You got me, you got your British flag. Pray for a while. Oops. There we are. It's pretty good, right? as we talk about. If you do the concentration without effort, you could join me in doing that. That's what I'm going to do. But you could just bring your attention to your breath and let the automatic flow of your automatic breathing determine the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind. It's just, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. And the hand, I'm just showing the in and out breath. You don't have to copy that speed, just the automatic breath determining how fast you do the Jesus prayer. So I'm just going to do that for a little while. Father in heaven, I pray thee, in the name of Lord Jesus, Jesus Christ, I pray thee, bless the members of this parish and their descendants. Bless all those that have died in this parish. Purify them and help them find repose in you. Amen. And all those that have died in this graveyard. Amen. Let's go. Always worth doing at parishes you visit. Pioneer families, Presbyterians. Ebenezer Church. I guess that's a Jewish word. I have to look up it. Apparently it means stone, foundation stone, or stone, well, keystone really, because it means Christ, the stone on which we rely, the only stone on which we can rely. Christ Jesus, who is the keystone. which we know the cornerstone means. Foundation stone being Peter. Keystone, as we know, it sits on top of the arch, right? It's the future. It's the potentiality at the top of the arch that the arch builds towards from the foundation stone. The cornerstone is that. So that's what the cornerstone means. It has the potentiality of the rest in it. Gwenon has a good explication of that in his book, Symbols of Sacred Science, which is even though he ended up leaving Christianity, it's still worth reading. So let's get our Uber. We're going to go over to the Pioneer Town. Book that Uber now. Okay. We're going to a town called Wilberforce. You can see that by the naming of these places, what the seat of the colony is. Wilberforce. Finding drivers. Hopefully we get one, or we're calling a taxi if we can't. Uh-oh. Might be a little bit too remote, maybe. We could get one here, but as to getting an Uber out, well, it would take them 20 minutes to get out here, so they may not do it. They may not do it. We'll see. Come on. I don't see any little cars around. There's one at Windsor. Take the ride. Sorry, this is a bit boring. Bugger. Whoa. Is that someone? Is that it? Yes, someone accepted it. Yes. Okay, 17 minutes, everyone. We can do that. I was about to cancel it and then try book a longer trip and see if someone would take that. Okay, but while we're here, let's put this here. Okay. Bingo. Let's read some devotional poetry, poesis, because this program is about the spiritual impulse, which is where we're fundamentally lacking. It's what initiation is all about. It's what Theosis is all about. To take our life from somewhere more primordial than the surface of things that we're used to. Somewhere more primordial than what we're used to. And that's where going out into the country and the wilderness can help you if you're on your own, in a sense. Because it gives you that solitude that you can pierce deeper. Because you can go out somewhere and be in the same dead modernity, it makes no difference. But it can give you the time to find the silence. Even once you've began, it's really one of the best things that you will do or want to do is to go on a weekend trip with you and the Lord. because communication becomes possible. Following his impulses on where to go becomes possible for meaningful guidances and rewards, or more meaningful guidances and, I want to say reward. Well, yeah, rewards, but divine rewards, not material things. Going to a place has a whole new meaning when initiation's undergone, when contemplation's possible, when theosis is undertaken, granted as a mercy, as a free gift, as we know. And so let's read a little. St. Simeon the New Theologian, just a few small, beautiful, from his mystic poesis, incredible hesychast, a true saint. And that's what we're practicing here, hesychism. Hesychism. And so, what's nicer? Maybe the church in the background's nicer, I don't know. Guess it doesn't matter. The monk is one who is not mixed with the world and always converses with God alone. Seeing, he is seen. Loving, he is loved. And he becomes a light mysteriously shining. Being glorified, he seems all the more a beggar, and belonging, he is like a stranger. O marvel, that is, in every way, strange and inexpressible. On account of boundless riches I am a poor man, and possessing much, I seem to have nothing. And I say that I thirst through an abundance of waters, and I ask who shall give to me what I have in abundance, and where shall I find what I see each day, and how shall I grasp what is both within me and outside the world, for it is entirely unseen. If anyone has ears to hear, let him hear and truly understand the words of an illiterate. And that speaks to, he says that both within me and outside the world, for it is entirely unseen. Ecstasy and ecstasy at the same time. He is the essence of the object and the subject. And Theosis is ecstasy and ecstasy at the same time. And another excerpt from Simon the New Theologian. And by your nature you are unapproachable, but still you are perceived by me, and you are altogether mixed with me by the essence of your nature. For your attributes are not separated nor cut off at all, but your nature is your essence, and your essence your nature. And so when I participate in your flesh, I participate in your nature, and I truly partake in your essence, having a share in divinity. But I am also made an heir in body. I suppose that I am greater than incorporeal beings. I am made a son of God, as you have said, not to the angels, but to us, calling us gods. I have said, you are gods and all children of the Most High. Glory to your compassion and your divine plan, because being God by nature, you were made human. Glory to you, Christ our God, glory to you. I thank you, Master, because you had mercy on me, and you gave me things for me to see, and thus to write, to proclaim your benevolence to those with me, so that even now peoples, tribes, and tongues may be initiated into the mystery. Incredible. And that's the responsibility of all who experience divine things. Chiefly, it's not for you, merely for you. It's to help the brethren become sons of God. And just some other readings here. These are raw writings down, but maybe you'll get something out of them from empirical theology, as in Sophrony calls it. The rich nectar of hope after supping on and ingesting the bitter scroll of the Spirit of truth. This hope, the future kingdom felt in the now, full of spring's first life and the coming dawn, felt still within night's small chill, but full splendor, the certain future, the glorious eschaton, the smell and taste of clean, pure dew on the first rain, still fresh with winter's chill, yet coming into spring's warmth. Thank God it's true, and we can have it and experience it and become it in the depths of our being now. The Lord's springtime beam of beatific joy, joyous and abounding springtime breaking snow, first turn of spring from winter, a scent and breathly beam behind the eyes filled with the growth of regeneration of the first spring, the cool saturated air, the sunbeam on the face in vibrant, lucid, tranquil springtime glory, fresh and purified, becoming towards Him. His living dart of love cauterized mine eye, unfolding from face to heart, raised up to His heights. Victory sounds an intimate tune, glory, unutterable glory, love's victory, firing the soul. His intimate heart, this joyous burn, dart's echo remains, now becomes cool, now peace with Him, from His heart to mine. Not over, never over, new life awaits, new day becomes, miraculous shock in His eternal star seen, with nature's birds, with intimate touch, becoming together in supreme certainty. Hope, her beckoning life, her spring victory, her enlivening joy, crowning peace, kingdom at hand, high knowing now, found in the depths. Cool divine peace, eternal breath, His native wind unseen, the felt sending breeze. I do not see from where it comes over my eyes or where it goes from them, but that it goes through toward. See that? Throwing, flowing, sending through here. Unseen horizon dawns. Home, finally home. His end. That's all I've got for that part, for that segment. Hopefully that you found some of that, an impulsion in some of that. Some of that's mine from authentic experience. Is it? This might be our, is that our Uber? No. Soon though. Oh no, did he cancel? You bugger, you little bugger. Damn, dude. Maybe I'll... Damn. Nuts. I might make the trip longer then. Damn, dude. I don't want that to happen again. What should we do? Damn. Okay. It's someone else. Hopefully they come. 23 minutes. You know, I mean, we could walk towards them. We could do that, and then we can just keep moving, right? I think I might do that. Let's walk, but I'm going to stay here. Okay, I'll just mount you guys here. And let's walk. Plenty to talk about. Let's check the old chats. Angels cloaked in birds fill the air, so comforting. Yeah, certainly is a comfort when you can check and see when they come with coincidence. Well, you know, it can be comforting anyway. But like what I've said before, John, you know, sometimes it's not. But definitely a lot of the time it can, especially if you do the practices. It's certainly a way that the Lord uses. Okay, so now we'll go to this pioneer village. Changing up the view a bit. How do you like this wider angle shot? I think it's better than what we had before. And so, we were, let me just check. That's right, I don't think I need to say anything. Just walk up here and then I think there's a chat function on the thing. It should give my position as well to the Uber. Okay, so where were we? We were on the subject of, and it's lovely to be out here today. It doesn't need to go perfectly for us to have a good walk and talk, and have a good time, or a meaningful time. As we find out with this stream, it often, different things happen. But that's the point of it. And I'm experiencing this for the first time with you. I've never been here before. And I would say it's actually recommended to be, I did look at some of that church on Google and I regretted it. Not that it matters, because truly the places are made meaningful and fresh and new by the more essential you become. That's true. The less existential you are, the more essential, the more the new of the place shows itself. The more the shithole that you think you live in shows itself in the gleam of the Logos and in the Lord's light. But even still, it's nice not to pre-disclose something by checking it out and overlooking at it as a false certainty that Google Maps and photos give you. I certainly felt a sense of, although this was more related to the depth of prayer with the Lord, really, and that primordial mourning that I was talking about, that sense of a multi-millennia spanning drama. I mean drama in a sense of Greek, of like tragedy, of a true human pain. You can't communicate with the Lord and the spiritual world unless you know. You have to know the span of guilt and need, meaning you can't be cynical. You can't be satisfied. So if you think you're satisfied, if you think you're a good person and satisfied, right, as most moderns are, with their distractions, with YouTube, with slop-tube, if you're satisfied by that, the spiritual world won't listen to you. You won't be communicated with because you're actually in a tragedy and deeply in need. And anyone who truly experiences the state of the vital unconscious and their body, it's through that you have the sincerity. Anyone who's truly sincere from experiencing the truth of human being in its depth isn't an irony bro. I used to have a certain sense of humor, like black humor and that sort of thing, right? But there is an essential truth to reality and its tragedy, because God is the ground in the truth, that it's not funny. There's nothing funny about it. There is no, like every joke you find, that the joking faculty that was in you actually turns against you, because it was always a demon. I'm not saying that this life is full of the highest joy there is and the highest depths of smile. But laughter is a revolution. Every joke is a revolution. It's that absurdity, seeing life as absurdity. It is, I know. Like I loved all that sort of screwball humor and black humor. Very jokey kind of person I was. But, just do it yourself, and you'll discover that is the case for yourself when that joke-making faculty actually turns on you. It's the tempter. It's one of them is one of the tempter. The critical self. You'll find that that's more and more true. Find out for yourself. But I've just found that that's the case, and I've been led away from participating in that comedian life. But also, you can see that these comedians, it's their religion. It's a replacement for it. Oh, the funniest, oh, the funniest. Where they worship the person that's the funniest. So, I know that seems strange. I'm not saying, there are monastics that say that Jesus never laughed. That doesn't mean he wasn't had the highest joy, beatitude and smile, full of joy. But the laughter is not something, because there's an absurdity in laughter. There's a revolution in every joke. It's a kind of punching up. It's a punching up. That being said, we're not perfect, but it is just something that you'll find over time you'll be led away from. Those kind of programs you used to watch, and also because you don't need their revolutionary. Yeah, their revolutionary relief. Their kind of catharsis is a fallen catharsis, right? The joke. It's far greater, qualitatively orders of magnitude greater to receive the catharsis from Christ directly, not some low comedic catharsis. Surface level quantity rather than a depth of quality catharsis. Just something I've noticed. Not going to be 100% certain on that one, but as for future contemplations, it's not something the Lord's said to me, but it does seem to be the case. I think I've asked occasional questions about it, but it does seem to be the case. And so we were talking with this little kid on his bike. That's what they do out here. At least it's not one of those electric bikes. It's what are they called? Pee-wee something. Pee-wee bike. So we were up to, blessed are those who mourn. And so the mourning itself is an impulse, and it's connected with ecstasy, and the comfort comes from the spiritual, the emanation. And now as you go on, like I said, over years, these things become more and more conscious. So, but they're experienced emotively, and it unfolds in you. More and more articulate communication. Now, the more total knowledge is the more essential, is the inspirative. Inspirative because there's intuition, inspiration, imagination, or emanation, gnosis, magic, or the miraculous, and then the philosophical, more propositional knowledge after that. That's the total being, though. It's like mysticism, which is yod, which is connected to emanation, is the potentiality of those other things I mentioned, of spiritual vision, of spiritual hearing, of visual, of emotive, of the heart, all wrapped up in the potentiality of touch. If you think about that, touch is your most immediate sense. The other senses are more at a distance, aren't they? They're more unfolded. Touch, but also the heart, I think, is more movement. Think about being moved emotively, and then movement. Also a kind of gravity, like you feel gravity, is something that can be experienced. And so that's how it works in the sense of spiritual experiences. It begins with that emotive, but also spiritual touch, which could be considered yod of the divine name, YHVH, unfolds to H, unfolds to V, unfolds to the final synthesis, which is H. And what's the final synthesis? Okay, let's give an analogy. Look at a tree. Yod of spiritual experience is the roots of the tree. It contains the potentiality of the whole tree, right? It's like the seed of everything else that's to come. And it unfolds out of that. All the other stages are in it. The next is H, the gnosis. It's like a holistic, more conscious knowing, but it's holistic. It's not a proposition yet. Still unseen. Like a general understanding that is granted to you around everything. As a phenomena that's experienced in the depth practices, there is a gnosis, recapitulation of what's felt as spiritual touch as a kind of image. And so it's a recapitulation of what you're experiencing as touch you see visually. What others might describe this as the uncreated light. Although the phenomenology of that is difficult, because sometimes the uncreated light is described as like a holistic light, a generalized light. Formless, it's not personalized form, but it has a kind of form, as Callistos Angelico Des in the Philokalia describes. It does say there is a kind of form, but it's like a universal form, not a personalized form. So it's nothing from here, and I can tell you from direct experience, it's nothing from here. So there's no form it's no object here in terms of form, but still a light. There is also a sky blue, once your intellect is purified, that one can experience a holistic sky blue in the depth of peace, deep, deep peace that is experienceable. and signifies the intellect has been purified. That's referred to by at least 5 different people in the Philokalia, this blue, this sky blue. Why are we going into that? I don't remember. And so let me just check on this Uber. Oh no, did they cancel again? Five minutes away. Just gonna put this road name in. It's called Tizana. Okay, cool. This person's on their way. We'll be at the Pioneer Village soon. And so, okay, we're up to and I might just talk to this person when we're in the, well, I'll be in the back seat anyway, but I might just talk to this person. Won't be able to necessarily have a chat while we're in the Uber, but it won't take that long. And so, look at this Mercedes, eh? That's my ride, guys. I see it. Porsche, there is no substitute. 1954 350 GT California. Less than 100 were made. It is his love. It is his passion. It is his fault he didn't lock the garage. What's that? Ferris Bueller's Day Off or something. But more importantly, what we were talking about was we were talking about some of the phenomena you experience and how over time these phenomena become more conscious and unfold into more things. They unfold into a miraculous know-how. They unfold into a holistic knowing. They unfold into a comprehensive understanding of how the Lord is communicating with you. So it begins as spiritual touch, this potentiality we've been talking about. It unfolds from that Yod to HVH, to YHVH, to Yahweh. It unfolds to Gnostic, it unfolds to miraculous know-how, unfolds to a generalized, like I said, a comprehensive knowledge of is this us? I think it is. Silver Toto Corolla. Good-o. What's going on here? How you going?
How you going?
Good, thanks.
Scott?
Yeah. Lovely.
And you're off to the Pioneer Village?
Yes.
Are you right if I just turn around here?
Yeah, go for it. seatbelt on? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry to ask this, but could we have the radio off?
Oh.
It's not. I'd let it go, but I've got this stream on, and
Yeah, no
it will get copy striked and taken off. Otherwise, sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Oh, that's a shame. Maybe I can book this to Windsor from here.
Do you want to keep going?
Does it continue and pay more?
It will.
That's fine for me to do. Do you want me to do it on my end or?
The other, or you could add a
stop?
Add a stop.
Yeah.
It might work.
I'll try that.
So yeah, going into Windsor.
Yeah.
Yep, easy.
Is it any good? The old pioneer village.
I went. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like they've got like the original jail of Riverside set up in there and stuff
Oh,
like that.
bugger.
When did I go? I think it was a long weekend. They got like an old lolly shop in there.
Yeah.
And they had like food trucks. And there's like a little railway track. 2 railway tracks actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a little one you can do like the kids just sit on their own. I got a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
And then they've got like a big one that goes around for a little bit longer. You can feed the animals.
So it's Sundays only?
I actually didn't
Maybe
know.
it's a weekday, so I'm pretty sure it said Sunday only. I know it was definitely closed.
Yeah, because there's normally, that's normally, car park's normally full, and then there's an overflow car park down the bottom.
Is there what is it, Windsor River? Because if I just type Windsor in, will it?
Oh yeah, or just Windsor ice cream, something like that.
Yeah, Windsor ice cream might be right.
That'll come up.
Ice cream. There you go, ice cream. Oh, no, that's Windsor Ice Cream Cafe.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah.
I'll say last night. Very good ice cream if you've never been.
I don't think I've had the ice cream before. Maybe I'll stop in.
Yeah.
But there's always a good. It's always a good one, Windsor. It's nice period buildings and stuff.
The lolly shop. Have you been to the lolly shop?
Yeah. I'll check that out. I might do that. It's a shame. I wanted to visit the Pioneer Town.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's in now. So we're good. Yeah, it's in. It's pretty unique. Just the green, because they do a lot of turf here.
Yeah.
It's just that beautiful green, and they've got some of these raised hills and the mountains in the background. You don't really see that anywhere else in Sydney, I don't think. There's usually hills in the way. You don't have this long plain that's beautiful and green. You do have like hills down around Penrith or south of Penrith, but not that. Yeah, it's definitely unique.
Yeah. Have you been in that way to Colosseum?
I don't think I've ever actually been up there, but
Yeah, so the turf farms continue. So as you go, like there's a cricket field further over.
yeah,
Like if you turn right at the roundabout, and then there's more turf farms on the other side.
yeah,
Both sides actually. And then there's the other turf farm. So President Turf, the one on the corner here,
yeah.
he owns that side as well. So down near McQuaid Park, I think it is McQuaid Park. Down near the Windsor Boat Room, he owns more turf farms down there.
Yeah, it's beautiful
Yeah.
to see the greenery, right? It's better than cornfields.
Oh, exactly. And you know the floods have been up to the power lines?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I lived in Clausodia for 2 floods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a nice, it's pretty cohesive neighbourhoods here, you know, of like European, seems to remain.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the northern beaches. I mean, it is sort of north, it's like northwest.
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense. I was just thinking about that today, because most of the west is kind of like immigration.
Yeah.
But you do see Windsor seems to have, I guess a lot of people don't underrate it. I think they underrate it out here.
Yeah, definitely.
Blue Mountains too. There's lots of good.
Oh, definitely.
And there's no public transport out here. That's another thing, I reckon.
ridiculous.
Apart from the train, but the train only runs to Windsor, right?
It's like, goes out to Richmond. Richmond's
Yeah, Richmond. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But that's about it after that.
But up here, I don't know. Like I've never been. I've driven my car up Bell's Line of Road because I lived in Castle in that area.
Yeah.
But never. There is this plains area that's all this northwest this way that I've never been. So I just don't know what's up. I've seen towns up there, up to what is it called?
We've got the new one up there, Red Bank now.
Red Bank. Is that a new development or something?
Yeah, that's a big new development.
Oh wow. Okay.
Massive. So that's just on like the left-hand side of Bell's Line of Road as you go up.
Yeah.
I think it's basically North Richmond.
Yeah.
They call
Okay.
it Red Bank, and that's just all new estate.
Yeah.
It's all still,
That's nice up there.
yeah, quite historic.
Kurrajong. Yeah, it's definitely nice by the Kurrajong Heights up there. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Pretty untouched too. I want to try get up to that Mount Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've never been there before, and I don't have a car at the moment because I got rid of it, which has been a good thing. I wanted to get rid of it,
Yeah.
so it's more a human experience rather than feeling everything too convenient with a car. I think sometimes,
Yeah, definitely.
and so, but then you do lose out on being able to travel to those more remote places.
Definitely. Have you been to the ciders?
The what?
The Hillbilly Cider and...
Is that here?
Bilpin Cider? No.
Oh no, it's on Bellsliner Road. I've seen it on the map. I want to go to those places. I do.
Pizza,
Yeah.
Hillbilly Cider is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, so you'd know because you live in the area, right?
Well,
It's
yeah,
within range to.
Go up every school. I work at a school.
Oh,
We go
okay.
up every school holidays.
Yeah.
And
Isn't
we-
there an old pub up there? I saw it on the side of
there's a
the.
big
What's
old
that
pub.
called?
I forget what that's called.
I couldn't find it on the sat nav. I was trying to look for it again because I want to visit there.
Yeah.
But
and then there's the wedding venue that burnt down last year.
oh right, it burnt down.
Is that the Bellbird, I think? Bellbird?
Yeah.
So that's all up there. And then there's now, I don't know if you drink gin, there's a gin distillery.
Yeah.
Really good gin there as well. And that's in just past Bilpin Cider.
Yeah.
So it's also close in the one area. But yeah, the pizzas at Hillbilly I highly recommend. And then I think Bilpin Cider do like the spit. I think a spit roast.
Oh, spit, right? Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's all nice and old up that
it's
road
just
too, and it's not. Again, my memory of it is better than the other side of the Blue Mountains because that's too touristy a bit too touristy on that Katoomba run. Obviously it's quite remote. There's not big towns on the Bellsliner Road, but
yeah.
it's just more.
No, it's just beautiful.
Although people have been up there forever, like I said with Mount Wilson, that's really old. They've got Victorian structures up there, Victorian estates,
Yeah, definitely.
which is pretty interesting. Anyway, thanks.
That's okay.
Have a nice day.
Yes, you have a great day.
Okay.
Perfect.
See you later.
Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye. All right, no Pioneer Village for us. I thought it was open on a Saturday. Well, we could have a look down this main strip. We've got the Riverside. We've been here before on the stream, actually. But I think there's actually, more interestingly, there's an observatory down here somewhere that I've seen. This is where those youths followed me from the river. those pagan youths. Just kidding. But yeah, there's an observatory up here. I want to see if we can find that again, actually. Let's have a look. That's actually this pub here with the Scottish flag I think that's one of the oldest pubs in Sydney. You wouldn't know, right? Again, this is a really old farming hub. This Hawkesbury River down here. We'll walk just down this little part again. We've done it once on the stream, but that stream is pretty interrupted. You guys probably don't remember it anyway. Let's just walk down to it. Come with me. Might as well have a little look, right? And so that's pretty nice. It's definitely a acquired taste for the audience that turns up there. The audience. Type last time I went there with a relative, it was we decided to leave. It was a bit too criminal. Yeah, criminal. But here we are down here. I've always liked this since I was a young. We'll get back to our subject in a minute. But this has always been before this bridge was here, it's always been a nice street that runs down cobblestoney street, Victorian stuff. And this particular one here, I always thought that would be a nice place to live. This one. Anyway, we sort of saw this last time we were here, but that one just there is pretty. We'll go look for this observatory. It's up there somewhere. And so, yeah, I think this used to be the doctor's residence in colonial times. And so I hope you enjoyed that little look at the country. Let's go get a look at this observatory and continue our conversation. We'll pull up by the Riverside again. And then we'll do our reading of Climacus. It's John Climacus, isn't it? Wait. I'm drawing a blank on the name. I might stop in and grab a drink. Let me just get a drink and we'll continue. Is that still working, by the way? Webcam on. Yes. How was the signal while we were in the cab? Hopefully stayed on. There's a pie shop down here. Let me just go to that. There we go.
Pero naman niya, good for one person lang. Baka mag-fail kayo, baka sabihin account. That's good for one person lang. Thank you.
Just that, thanks.
Just that.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Coke. Cash or card?
Card, please.
Card.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Stop when you're ready.
Here we are. Bing, boom, done.
Thank you so
See you
much.
later. Bye. All right. Okay. Back on subject. Shame about that pioneer village. That's okay. It looks kind of like this, right? Looks kind of like these old buildings anyway. This is a nice one across the road too. Apparently that's considered Antipodean, this veranda stuff. I didn't realise, but it's, yeah, it makes sense. They don't have that in England. I don't think I've seen that before. Let me look where we are. We'll find this observatory and then we'll sit by the river and do our final reading. Where is this observatory? Here we are. Sorry about that. The battery died right when we were pulling up. Don't know how much you missed. Now, we sat at this park last time. Maybe we could... No, I mean, it was summer last time, so maybe there's some houses. These are all pretty old, these houses here too. They're all little settler houses. And so we walked this way last time, but I remember there being an observatory down here. Let's just see what we have once we get there. Could always there's some other Riverside chairs and that sort of thing back across the river, across the bridge, which we didn't use last time, so but I thought last time I saw an observatory just here to the right. Oh yeah, it is over here. There it is. Let's go have a look. On someone's property. See it in the distance? Let's go have a look. And so what were we saying? We're saying expanding on the impulses that come from blessed are those who mourn. But you have to have this recognition of need over time and guilt, which is repenting, confessing sins, confess all the primary passions every morning. I smelt, you know how some homeless people have the urine smell? I smelt that earlier. It's like, is that stuck in my nose? You know when something gets stuck in your nose even long past you've passed it? Or is it cow? I don't know. Anyway, bless them. So many people doing it tough. If they turn, though, to Christ, He'll provide for them. If you believe, if you show that through the concentration without effort in prayer, by doing the practice, He'll provide for you. Look at this remote observatory. How strange, right? Now, what happens after that? After you face death, after the soul's gone through its death, because we were trying to reach the halfway point, the 0 point, then interaction with the spiritual world begins. But like I said, you have to be someone that will become sincere, to become upright, to become someone that's not satisfied. And you do that by fasting of all the lukewarm pleasures. You do it a little bit at a time though. The Lord understands what time we live in, and Father Seraphim Rose said this about that unlike the physical tortures of the martyrs, we face psychological ones of these temptations and tortures of that kind. And so you have to, after the mourning, facing the greyness of not yet the spiritual world showing itself, not yet facing this greyness of awaiting, not yet. And just face it with calm equanimity. Not trying to force it to happen is what that also means. Not trying to force it to happen. Sydney Vaulting Group, it's called. I guess they do a kind of vaulting. It's one of those rural Scottish sports. What are those Scottish things they do? What are they called? Scottish games or something? Where you throw a pole or something? Something like that. Now, I don't know if there's a road up to this observatory, but pretty cool country though, if you look out here. That's where we came from. There's a telegraph pole here. I'm wondering if... Is that a road next to it? I'll walk on it. See if I can walk on it. And so after you've faced all these things, primordial need, primordial fear and doubt, overcome fear and doubt, mourning, past the 0 point, faced it with calm equanimity, the mourning. But beyond that, waiting in the silence after the mourning. In belief, just waiting. Facing the emptiness and returning every morning. Doing the concentration without effort in prayer. And then the comfort comes. Not expecting, just wait, doing it. It's part of your life now. Concentration without effort in prayer every morning. Be glad for this morning because it's spiritual interaction. Be glad for it. I always am. The Lord is always doing things in your unconscious. He's always bringing forward the transformation in ways that you're unaware of. And so you have to stick with everything. You have to stick with it. And continue. Face the gloomy nothingness, even when once the morning is past, and then inspiration comes. All right, you just got to do it as part of your life, every day, day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out, and just accept it as part of your life, and don't try to force things to come about. That being said, you can take the kingdom by force in the sense of dedicating more time to practice, but don't overdo it. Golden mean. If you find yourself not keeping to a too high prayer rule, the solution is to moderate it down so you always do it every morning. Now look at this place, eh? pretty, very pretty. You just hello, little fella. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Let's put this can away. Maybe I'll put it in my pocket. Where are you going? Ugh. How you going, my little fella? Hey? Hey? How you going, little buddy? Hey? Oh. There you go. He just came up to me. Okay. To wash my hands of this dog now. Oh well. Looking at the owner, looking at the state of the owner, if that's the owner. Anyway, so here we are. This was built in 1894. Got our little friend now, so hanging out. Made friend for life, and offered the post of New South Wales government astronomer. John Tebbit Windsor, died in 1919. Featured on the Australian $100 note. Well, this guy's just hanging out now. Look at him, little buddy. Here it is. God, I wonder if they put any effort into keeping it. Doesn't look that well kept, does it? Got our mate here. It's worth having a look at anyway. All right. Is that phone? There it is. This looks like another Victorian estate here too. That's probably the original house that went with the observatory. Let's have a little look. Yeah, it looks Victorian. Yeah. I would guess that was the astronomer. who lived there. All right, let's get out of here. We'll say goodbye to our friend. And get back to our subject, right? Ever since we took that cab ride, we've been a bit digressed a bit. See you, my little friend. See you later. See you later. And he's coming, he's coming. He's coming. Okay. Okay, so we're up to we've got past the 0 point of these first 3 Beatitudes map what we do. Then the middle 3 talk about the transformation of soul that occurs. And the last 3 about the transformation of human destiny as a whole. And so what else happens? We're mourning, we're comforted, we're thanking, we're repenting. We're finding out what the Lord does more and more. We're acknowledging our deep, deep-seated need of soul, spirit, and body, of the social element, the divine, the thinking, feeling, and willing soul. Modernity is fundamentally not capable of providing for these things. It's a walking tragedy that people are unaware of. That's the tragedy. There's a catastrophe that's occurred and continues to occur. And the tragedy is no one knows about it, that they're cut off from God. And it's at its worst point in modernity. And through this process, you live the tragedy consciously by pulling away from the fake cover over that covers over our knowledge of what we're missing. We don't know what we're missing. It becomes more and more clear that we've been stunted. We've been lied to by the devil, Lucifer and Satan. We've been lied to, propagandized, stunted growth. And this process has gone on for thousands of years, and it's only Christ's intervention that saves people from it. But it's at its worst point now in the process of development. But at the same time, it can be the highest point if you go towards Christ. There's no better time than for Him to grace you, because we're surrounded by this tragedy. The Lord will, in times like these, if people approach Him in the proper way, boy, will He reward you with gifts based on His mercy. You call for His mercy, He grants it in this age. I'm an example of that. I'm nothing. You do the practice, concentration without effort in prayer, calling for His mercy with the Jesus prayer as often as possible. As I describe it in the lecture, Practices of Christian Mysticism, go to the Substack post. It's the practices, and so it's the lectures, and then go to the segment on practices. Well, there's another video, which is the most overlooked practice in Christianity. Concentration without effort in prayer. And it unfolds from that. Though you do other stuff as well that's in that lecture on the practices of Christian mysticism. Do this. The Lord will have mercy on you. Of course, it's His mercy that grants us the reconnection to divine faculties. It reconnects us to Him. And it always is His mercy. Every time He does it, it may eventually seem to you like oh, it's something I bring about. No, it's only because he's always allowing it through his mercy. Because of the moral development that you've gone through. He sees that as sufficient and what he intends for you. But that's common. People are in different conditions. People have sinned in different ways, that's true. But one forgiveness from you can mean 1,000 sins that you've done. If you forgive everyone and everything, the Lord will have mercy on you. But you've got to forgive all the terrible things that might have happened to you. But one of those might account for every sin you've done. Like, it's about the Lord, it's, if you just forgive everyone. And you do that by blessing them, by asking the Lord to forgive them and bless them, people that have wronged you. You just have to do it. And repenting. Repenting your sins, confessing every morning. But the Lord will have mercy on you. What he says in his gospel is true. And he has a good use for you in this day. Especially those who are not necessarily in the limelight of attention. That's what he wants. Because that attention light is wrapped up in will to power most of the time. He's working. You know how Job, I was worried, very worried. You know, Job is worried. I think it's Job. Or is it Job? I don't know. He's worried that he's the only one. Yet the Lord is preparing his 4,000. Or is preparing them. Doesn't he say to him, there are 4,000 more? But it's not a lot. It's not a lot. There's a lot of deception out there. A lot of spiritual deception within the hierarchy, within the church as well. There's a lot of false mysticism. People claim are mystics that are popularized. And it sucks. Because we can't walk around. If someone asks me directly, I'll tell them what's come to me in contemplation about the people that they're saying are authentic mystics. I really have to be more discerning and actually filter something through an epistemic principle, write down the truth criterion. Have you just read a truth criterion? Are you just saying, well, the Pope said this? Yeah. In this day and age, the danger is the false spirituality. This psychological experience, which is essentially demonic spirituality, is presented as spiritual experience. Unfortunately, the distinction is, since Sophrony says this, the distinction is a little harder for women to make because their psychological experience is closer to spiritual. Like when they're dealing with a spiritual father, they have trouble making an over-psychological bond with him, and he advises people to sort of step away and to be a spiritual father to make sure they do the work of the spirit and don't overly bond with the spiritual father psychologically. And so it sticks to merely the spiritual relationship and leading them to closer spiritual experience with Christ himself. The details St. Sophrony talks about. Makes sense to me. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to have any tables or chairs here. I don't really want to walk down there either. Let's cross the bridge. Let's cross the bridge and see what we can come up with there, and we'll keep talking. Sorry, this has been unexpected. I thought we'd be at that pioneer village. And so then we get on to blessed are the meek. What does that mean? Over time, having gone through the mourning process, and that continues, the mourning just gets deeper, as does the comfort, as does the deeper spiritual experience, as does the guidance, the discernment, the communication, the light. Oh wait, already I can smell that. Sorry, that terrible smell I smelled earlier. Where it must be, it smells this time like produce, like you know, cow poo or something. But it stunk up the top here. And so, blessed are the meek. What does this mean? Shall inherit the earth. It doesn't mean being weak. Doesn't mean he who keeps his sword sheathed but knows how to use it. Doesn't, well, maybe it a little bit means that in its lowest level. Peterson's analysis of that beatitude. On its higher levels, it means being cut off from the archetypes of creation, that impulses that motivate you. The Lord cuts you off from them, little by little, more and more. Because you're beginning to have access to divine impulses from outside time, from Christ himself. Which is what you've been seeking this whole time. It's the chief thing that we seek. It's the chief thing that we seek. The chief thing that we seek. And so we become poor in spirit, we're mourning, we're comforted, contact with the spiritual world is growing, but we still don't know yet how to ask questions, how to be guided. And so that next step is being cut off from the archetypes to be able to tell the difference between impulses too. Because at the start, every joy is that surface creative elan, that when you just have motive impulse to do something, it all feels the same. It all masquerades as the same vital elan. Vital. Through this process, what it's actually also called is a analysis, then a synthesis. Analysis splits things into its pieces. The Lord splits us, in a sense, into our pieces, and then we begin to not just experience things mystically, spiritual touch and all the spiritual phenomena, we begin to know what we go through, which is why you're all listening to this. Not only are we doing the practice and how wonderful it is to connect with the Lord, but the next step is to know what goes on, and that is a growing communication with Him, asking Him, discerning through Him, but also reading the saints to confirm certain things. What's the devil? What's Him? To tell the difference, to know what the phenomena are as they describe them. But some of the faculties are things that discernment, they have to be granted too, because the devil can masquerade as he loves to ape God, to fake phenomena, to have them feel similar or the same. So that's why we have that wider truth criterion, epistemic principle is also called. And so over time, we're granted the strength to resist the archetypes, demons, motive impulses of the passions. Like the saints will talk about it like that. Becoming dispassionate is overcoming the archetypes of creation, overcoming the demons, transforming passions, been granted Christ's virtues. What is this? It's been granted Christ's functional structure. What does function mean? Way. The way. Way of being. Christ is a virtue being. What is virtue? It's a way of being. Virtue is a potentiality for being, to manifest in the world, right? So a part of a person is this functional structure. It's a collection of their ways of being, their habits of being. A habit is a memory temporal being. Your habits are kind of like the spirit reinforcing itself. Say when you habituate something, it provides an impulse to do it again. That's your virtue. That's your virtue being. Your memory, a part of your memory are your habits. That's your virtue engine, you could say. There are some virtues that can't just be habituated. There are some virtues that are only able to be given by Christ himself. In fact, all the others are made, the asceticism is made far easier by, especially for intellectuals, by doing contemplation and concentration first. And through that, it's brought about quicker by Christ himself, because you're asking for his mercy, and he'll give it to you, especially in this age. Like I've said, he'll give it to you. These little green birdies. They should have built this bridge in a Victorian style so it matched these buildings rather than making it modern. Because this looks so nice with the ivy and the Victorian residence, but yeah, the modern's not so good. Here we are. Oh good, it's because it's not a sunny day, there's no one out, so we can walk by the riverside here nicely. We should have come here to begin with. There's no one out though. How good's that? We love it. A few people down by the river beach. Oh wait, there's some homeless tents down here. Oh well. Oh well, bless them. We'll go back to that side of the river after we've crossed. There's some places to sit down there. And then the other side. It's kind of nice too. I'm not going to bother going to. I'm not going to bother going over there now. There's probably more sight to see on the other side of the river anyway, I think. And so, yeah, we were saying, cut off the meek, cut off from the archetypes of temporality. Dispassion made more dispassionate. Why? Will you inherit the earth? Why? Because that's the whole, over time, the cosmos is going to be transformed into the cosmos, not of a dead wisdom, of a indifferent matter, but a cosmos of love. And love will inherit the earth over a long period of time. Also, following divine will. In this life, great is your reward in heaven. But all those goals you had, all those desires of the temporality, those are things you have to let go of. They'll provide for you, but you do have to face those desires and needs and let them go. But also, it's a test of faith and love. And he'll grant you those forces though, because you keep returning every morning. He'll grant you those forces. That's what I meant by fear and doubt. You have to face the fear of, oh, I'm investing my life in this now. The devil tries to tempt with fear about it. And so through this experience of facing primordial fear and doubt, yet sticking with equanimity to what you're doing, just doing this for a year, just keep doing it. The Lord said, the saints say, the devil will come up with excuses in isolation that make sense, and as soon as you stop your practice, you think about it in a holistic way and you go, it doesn't add up. And another thing that helps is that the Lord will make this clear to me later and over time, and he does. All your questions will be answered, all those things you think are contradictions or whatnot, they will be answered. You just have to be patient and wait for those answers. You don't need to have them, these doubts. There are answers to those questions. If I can't answer them, or if the saints don't answer them for you, the Lord will. Like, one thing you become more and more confident in is that there's a good reason for this. I don't yet know it, and and he'll help. He actually gives you the forces to just let that go. Okay, yeah, he'll tell me, I'll figure this out eventually if it's important. Whereas before, some little thing might come up and contradiction when you're trying to follow intuition, but you get shown enough, and he almost grants you these forces of, well, it's faith, isn't it? But it's this substance, because he presences himself in you, and so you don't mind because you're interacting with him. But these things that occur in reality have good reasons, right? Why do bad things happen to good people? There is an explanation for that. I'll do a video on it. Valentin Tomberg offers a very satisfying explanation of that phenomena. It's about freedom. It's about the dark principle operates here too. Fallen nature is also here. And so, let's grab a seat down here with a bit of a view, hopefully, and we'll do our reading. And so you can see how in the Beatitudes these are these are recapitulated in the miracles, and then also recapitulated in the Passion. It's a higher form of all that. All that is said. We might not be able to get a view here, I don't think. Not while we're reading. It'll just have to be a view of the car park or the bureau of the park, which is nice enough anyway. There's some tables up here, as you can see. What's going on here? Riverbank recreation, repair and restoration. And so, rise and take up your pallet. That's a restoration of will. A restoration of will in once you become poor in spirit. That's one thing you also go through, a weakening of will forces, because you're withdrawing them from their previous obsession and desire in the worldly. There's a bathroom right here. Just give me a moment, friends. I'm just gonna use this, if it's open, I'm gonna use this public toilet. giftings. Like homeless bros up here. I think it's like a fucking shelter room or something. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Good. Let's keep walking. All right, good. There are some park benches that might have a better view over here. And so that's what the meek is. You're being deified when you're becoming dispassionate. What does that mean? It means you're an empty receptacle to receive revelation from He who is. And part of revelatory action is part of that. Revelatory action is divine will. It's for what you're supposed to do. And so when you become empty of the impulses of the world and of the archetypes, then are you free to begin to work out how to discern divine will. And there's no greater gift, my friends, than to know you're following the Lord's will. It's not without its struggles. It's not without its difficulties of understanding, because, well, you're following it in the face of worldly wisdom, aren't you? You're following it in the face of worrying about, oh, well, worldly wisdom says this would be the better thing to do, but divine will is letting me to do this. Of course, He shows you over time. Listening to Him is what you need to do. But I'm just saying it's not without its struggles, its psychological struggles. As Seraphim Rose said, the martyrs, what they experienced physically with their attack, we experience psychological tortures like the martyrs experience physical tortures. And that's true. So that's your burden, facing down worldly wisdom to follow divine will. Maybe here. Here or one of the tables back there. It's the time. Four. What I was thinking is that chair in the far distance we just taken would have been perfect, but it's being used, which is annoying. Okay. What shall we do? We could just sit on the hill like these people are. Maybe that's a good idea. Leave that instead. Okay. Okay, here we are. That'll do. Which side's nicer? Is it that side? Or this side? Probably that side. If it'll stay up. To place it on this bag. Oh dear. Never perfect. What do you do? All right, here we are. How's that? It's pretty good. Looks good to me. We got any bridge there? You can see down the river, can't you? Yeah. Nice. Let's check that all working and then we'll start. Thanks for being with me here today, friends. We're going to read from St. Max, John Chrysostom, St. John. On, looks to be working. Good. Lovely view by the riverbank, says John Stubble. Good. Glad to hear it, my friends. Okay, let's begin. Lovely. And I'll just put this phone on charge too. How much battery have we got in this? 86. I think that'll be fine then, to charge my phone at the same time. Sorry about that, everyone. You just missed the whole 20 minutes of me reading the presentation. That sucks. What shall we do? Oh wow, look at all those birds. So I guess we're going to read all that again. That's okay, I'll read it again for you. Wow. See them there? Well, you saw them when they were on the beach anyway. All right, well, look, let's read that again. You guys didn't hear any of it, so read it again. I'll just check this is still working. We're back. Good. Sorry about that, everyone. You can see down the river, can you? Good. Okay. Talking about the paralytic, sorry, I don't think you got any of that, so I might as well just pick up where we left off. Back to the start, read it all again. This wealth we found in great abundance stored in the soul of the paralytic. You are witnesses who with great zeal drew up drafts of this treasure, yet without exhausting it. He has just talked about how the Spirit does not, when you have the wealth of the Spirit, it doesn't draw envy from people. Well, maybe it does in certain scenarios, but because it's open to everyone. Whereas gold and riches, those riches destroy people who get them, is what it's saying. And the Spirit opens us up more. And so this is what the story of the paralytic does for us. It resembles fountains of water, or rather exceeds their plenteousness, being most abundant when it has many to draw from it. For when it enters into any man's soul, it is not divided nor diminished, but coming in its entireness to each remains continually unconsumed, but being incapable of ever failing. Which was just what took place at the time. For although so many have applied to the treasure and all were drawing upon it as much as they can, but why do I speak of you? Seeing that it has made countless persons rich from that time to the present day, and yet abides in its original perfection, the story of the paralytic. Let us not then grow weary in having recourse to this source of spiritual wealth, but as far as possible, let us now also draw forth draughts from it, and let us gaze upon our merciful Lord, gaze upon his patient servant. He has been 38 years struggling with an incurable infirmity and was perpetually plagued by it, yet he did not repine, he did not utter a blasphemous word, he did not accuse his Maker, but endured his calamity bravely and with much meekness. And whence is this manifest, you say? For Scripture, and this is John Chrysostom's homily we're reading, the famous church father and saint. You say, for Scripture has not told us anything clearly concerning his former life, but only that he had been 38 years in his infirmity. It has not added a word to prove that he did not show discontent or anger or petulance, and yet it has made this plain also. If anyone will pay careful attention to it, not looking at it curiously and carelessly, For when you hear that on the approach of Christ, who was made a stranger to him and regarded merely as a man, he spoke to him with such great meekness, you may be able to perceive his former wisdom, this paralytic. For when Jesus said to him, will you be made whole? He did not make the natural reply, you see me, or see many who have been this long lying sick of the palsy, and do you ask me if I wish to be made whole? In that scenario, have you come to insult my distress? This is how we would deal with this. Have you come to insult my distress, to reproach me, to laugh me, to scorn and make a mock of my calamity? He did not say or conceive anything of this kind, but meekly replied, yea, Lord. Now, if after 38 years he was thus meek and gentle, with all the vigor and strength of his reasoning faculties was broken down, consider what he was likely to have been at the outset of his trouble. For be assured that invalids are not so hard to please at the beginning of their disorder as they are after a long lapse of time. They become most intractable, most intolerable to all, when the malady is prolonged. But as he, after so many years, was so wise and replied with so much forbearance, it is quite clear that during the previous time also he had been bearing that calamity with much thankfulness. Considering these things, then let us imitate the patience of our fellow servant, for his paralysis is sufficient to brace up our souls. For no one can be so supine and indolent after having observed the magnitude of that calamity as not to endure bravely all evils which may befall him, even if they are more intolerable than all that were ever known. For not only his soundness, but also his sickness has become a cause of the greatest benefit to us. For his cure has stimulated the souls of the hearers to speak the praise of the Lord, and his sickness and infirmity has encouraged you to patience and urged you to match his zeal, or rather it has exhibited to you the loving kindness of God. For the actual deliverance of the man to such a malady and the protracted duration of his infirmity is a sign of the greatest care for his welfare. For as a gold refiner, having cast a piece of gold into the furnace, suffers it to be proved by the fire until such time as he sees it has become purer, even so God permits the souls of men to be tested by troubles until they become pure and transparent and have reaped much profit from this process of sifting. Wherefore this is the greatest species of benefit. Make sure that's still working. It is. 2. Let us not then be disturbed, neither dismayed, when the trials befall us. For if the gold refiner sees he ought to leave the piece of gold in the furnace, and when he ought to draw it out, does not allow it to remain in the fire until it's destroyed and burnt up, much more does God understand this. And when he sees that we have become more pure, he releases us from our trials so that we may not be overthrown and cast down by the multiplication of our evils. Let us then not be repining or faint-hearted when some unexpected thing befalls us, but let us suffer him who knows these things accurately, to prove our hearts by fire as long as he pleases. For he does this for a useful purpose and with a view to the profit of those who are tried. On this account, a certain wise man admonishes us, saying, My son, if you come to serve the Lord, prepare your soul for temptation. Set your heart aright and constantly endure, and make not haste in time of trouble. Yield to him, he says, in all things, for he knows exactly what it is right to pluck us out, when it is right to pluck us out from the furnace of evil. We ought therefore everywhere to yield to him, and always to give thanks, and to bear all things contently, whether he bestows benefits or chastisements upon us. For this also is a species of benefit for the physician, not only when he bathes and nourishes the patient and conducts him into pleasant gardens, but also when he uses cauterizes, and the knife is a physician all the same, and a father not only when he caresses his son, but also when he expels him from his house, and when he chides and scourges him, is a father all the same, no less than when he praises him. Knowing therefore that God is more tenderly loving than all physicians, do not inquire too curiously concerning his treatment, nor demand an account of it from him, but whether he is pleased to let us go free, or whether he punishes, let us offer ourselves for either alike. For he seeks to, by means of each, to lead us back to health and to communion with himself, and he knows our special needs and what is expedient for each one, and how and in what manner we ought to be saved, and along that path he leads us. Let us then follow wherever he bids, and let us not too carefully consider whether he commands us to go by a smooth and easy path, or by a difficult and rugged one, as in the case of this paralytic. It was if one species of benefit indeed that his soul should be purged by the long duration of his suffering, being delivered to the fiery trial of affliction as to a kind of furnace. But it was another benefit no less, that God was present with him in the midst of the trials, and afforded him great consolation. He it was who strengthened him, and upheld him, and stretched forth a hand to him, and suffered him not to fall. But when you hear that it was God himself, do not deprive the paralytic of his meed of praise, neither him nor any other man who has tried and yet steadfastly endures. For even if we are infinitely wise, even if we are mightier and stronger than any men, yet in the absence of his grace we shall not be able to withstand even the most ordinary temptation. And why do I speak of such insignificant and abject beings as we are? For even if one were a Paul or a Peter or a James or a John, yet if he should be deprived of the divine help, he would easily be put to shame, overthrown, and laid prostrate. And on behalf of these I will read you the words of Christ himself. For he says to Peter, behold, Satan has asked to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. But I have prayed for you, and that your faith fail not. What is the meaning of sift? To turn and twist and shake and stir and shatter and worry, which is what takes place in the case of the things which are winnowed. But I, he says, have restrained him, knowing that you are not able to endure the trial. For the expression that your faith fail not is the utterance of one who signifies that if he had permitted it, his faith would have failed. Now if Peter, who was such a fervent lover of Christ, and exposed his life for him countless times, and sprang into the foremost rank of the apostolic band, and was pronounced blessed by his master, the master, and called Peter on this account, because he kept a firm and inflexible hold of the faith, would have been carried away and fallen from profession if Christ had permitted the devil to try him as much as he desired. What other man will be able to stand apart from his help? Therefore also Paul says, but God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that you are able, but will with temptation also make the way of escape, that you may be able to bear it. For not only does he say that he does not suffer a trial to be inflicted beyond our strength, but even in that which is proportioned to our strength, he is present, carrying us through it and bracing us up. If only we ourselves first of all contribute the means which are at our disposal, such as zeal, hope in him, thanksgiving, endurance, patience, and I'd add, repenting. For not only in the dangers which are beyond our strength, but in those which are proportioned to it, we need the divine assistance if we are to make a brave stand. For elsewhere also it is said, even as the sufferings of Christ abound to us, even so our comfort also abounds through Christ, that we may be able to comfort those who are in any trouble, by the comfort wherein we ourselves are comforted of God. So then, he who comforted this man is the same who permitted the trial to be inflicted upon him. And now observe after the cure what tenderness he displays. For he did not leave him and depart, but having found him in the temple, he says, Behold, you are made whole. Sin no more, lest some worse thing happen to you. John. For had he permitted the punishments because he hated him, he would not have released him. He would not have provided for his future safety. But the expression, lest some worse thing happen to you, is the utterance of one who would check coming evils beforehand. He put an end to the disease, but did not put an end to the struggle. He expelled the infirmity, but did not expel the dread of it, so that the benefit which had been wrought might remain unmoved. This is the part of a tender-hearted physician, not only to put an end to present pains, but to provide for future security, which also Christ did, bracing up his soul by the recollection of past events. For seeing that when the things which distress us have departed, the recollection of them oftentimes departs with them, he, wishing it to abide continually, says, Sin no more, lest something worse happen to you. Moreover, it is possible to discern his forethought and consideration not only from this, but also from that which seems to be a rebuke. For he did not make a public exposure of his sins, but yet he told him that he suffered what he did suffer on account of his sins. But what those sins were he did not disclose, nor did he say, You have sinned, or you have transgressed. But he indicated the fact that one simple utterance, sin no more. But he indicated the fact by that, and having said so much as just to remind him of it, he put him more on the alert against future events, and at the same time he made manifest to us all his patience and courage and wisdom, having reduced him to the necessity of public lamenting his calamity, and having displayed his own earnestness on the man's behalf. For while I am coming, he says, another steps down before me. John 5:7. Yet he did not publicly expose his sins. For just as we ourselves desire to draw a veil over our sins, so does God much more than we. On this account he wrought the cure in the presence of all, but he gives the exhortation or the advice privately. For he never makes a public display of our sins, except at any time he sees men insensible to them. For when he says, Ye saw me hungry and fed me not, and thirsty and gave me no drink, he speaks thus at the present time, in order that we may not hear these words in times to come. He threatens, he exposes us in the world, then he may not have to expose us in the other. If he exposes us in this world, then he may not have to expose us in the other, even as he threatened to overthrow the city of the Ninevites, for the very reason that he might not overthrow it. But for if he wished to punish our sins, he would not announce beforehand that he would punish them. But as it is, he does make this announcement in order that, being sobered by the fear of exposure, if not also by the fear of punishment, we may purge ourselves from them all. This also is what takes place in the case of baptism, for he conducts the man to the pool of the water without disclosing his sins to anyone, yet he publicly presents the boon and makes it manifest to all, while the sins of the man are known to no one save God himself and him who receives the forgiveness of them. This also was what took place in the case of the paralytic. He makes the reproof without the presence of witnesses, or rather the utterance is not merely a reproof, but also a justification. He justifies himself, God himself, as it were for evil, entreating him so long, telling him and proving to him that it was not without cause and purpose that he had suffered him to be so long afflicted. For he reminded him of his sins and declared the cause of his infirmity. For having found him, we read, in the temple, he said to him, Sin no more, lest something worse happen to you. And there's a lot more. There's more here. There's like. Gosh. If we hadn't have disconnected, we would have got through the whole thing. Maybe we wouldn't have got through the whole thing. It's quite a bit here. We got through about 4 pages of it. There's 6 more pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that's 6 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages. But the light is fading, and I'm gonna walk and talk with you and speak on what we've just heard. And wow, there's birds here. Look at these. Wow. Look at that, eh? Let's walk in the twilight. Oh. Ah. Like an old man. Okay. But it should be working now. Look at this twilight. Better get moving, eh? And so St. John Chrysostom, Chrysostom, these Greek words, was talking about let's go. Not much light left here. Was talking about. He was talking about chastisements. So I added something to this when it was disconnected, because I had to read that twice. We would have got further naturally. We would have got almost to the end if it didn't disconnect. But I thought, what's the point of just continuing? I had to read it all again. But we didn't make any pauses when we read that then. And so I just wanted to add that not everything that happens to us is God. People, I see there's still a lot of confusion in the church. There isn't Valentin Tombak has a very good answer to this. And it comes from understanding there's fallen nature and there's virginal nature. And it's understanding freedom. I've said this point many times, that God doesn't intervene. He's not omnipotent unless it's combined with our free will, looking for his divine will. He only intervenes when we seek him. So prayer matters fundamentally. And so bad things just happen to good people because of demons and because of freedom. People doing bad things here. So everything we do matters. And our prayer certainly matters. And why? Because we're free. Because otherwise people would just be his extensions. That's what the devil wants to make us into, just a provoking of his being. So of course, naturally, evil people are allowed to persist. And the principle of evolution, of natural selection itself is that, the survival of the fittest, killing each other. So this fallen principle has existed since the beginning. Because if you don't make this clear to people, you end up with this Protestant issue of people, the sheep, being so confused about understanding what happens in the world. Oh, why is this nation attacked here? And why has bad thing happened to Greece and this and that? Is that chastisement? It's explained by this. And so I just wanted to add that there. It's not always God, but the internal stuff within the soul, certainly he'll withdraw to teach you things, but he's not a dictator. He's a loving father. He's not a tyrant. He's not a celestial tyrant. So what happened to the limp man and the blind man? These were also for the incarnation itself. There's usually a good reason for things that happen. There is always a good reason for it, actually. But I think we also get confused by that principle, that a bad thing happens and we think it's a chastisement. Not everything that happens in facticity is God's will. God's will is rejected a lot, actually. And the more we come into union with it, the closer you are with him, you're under protection. The more distant, the less. The more distant, the less intervention. Sometimes you could say, though, that things will be, that something does happen, he knows it's coming, and then would allow something, but it's much less than we think in normal life. But if you're able to discern and you follow divine will, he'll freely lead you into a small thing that you can handle, but you freely, what do the saints say? If you voluntarily face the discomfort, then you won't have to face involuntary discomfort. And you'll face it knowing that you're following divine will into it, right? And then you're gonna have to go through an endurance. But that's different. That's the Lord will, there's a thing to learn for your own good, and you can also feel his divine will, and you can discern it, and you've been every day and you've been following it for a long time. And so you're more aware of these things that can happen, and your expectations are molded by God. Like there's things I've been led on, little things that taught not to have full expectation, because expectation is as if you've mastered him. If you have an expectation, you're being led to come out to Windsor, right? You think, oh, everything will be fine because God's leading me. Not necessarily. There are some things he might want you to experience, but you know that he's led you there. You're safe. You'll be safe. That's one thing. He'll protect you. And you won't have anything you can't handle. Yeah. Like here, what's an instance of it? I guess the pioneer village we were at today. Anyway, just giving that example. And so, my friends, we come to the end of our day today as the sun sets. I hope you found some inspiration in some of the stuff we've talked about. Oh look, there used to be a giant homeless tent here. Maybe they made them move. They got sick of it and they cleared them off. There's still an old bed there though. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've had some inspiration. I'm going to go home, get something to eat, and get ready for the liturgy tomorrow. Remember, we've got a pilgrimage coming up in 4 weeks' time. If you're in Australia and you'd like to join, going to a Shrine of Mary for Pentecost, the information is on the Substack, which there are links on my website to all that stuff at scottmannion.com. Join the fellowship at scottmannion.com/fellowship. And so that'll be a Pentecost and Ascension. We'll be reading from the canon, hiking to south of Penrith in the country west of Mulgoa to a Mary shrine, and that'll be good. The last two ones I've really enjoyed, so hope to see you there. If not, it'll also be live streamed for those who can't make it, who are international and perhaps disabled and want to participate. Last time, yeah, it's been really good. The last one was excellent. God led us to some great conversation with the monastics there. And so, my friends, that's it for me. Sorry about the disconnections here at the end. I'll just read the chats. Blessings to you, Scott, and to all the wonderful people here. I agree, my friends. God bless you all. And I'll see you next week, as we do see you every week. Do the practice. Start the practice if you haven't already. This is what this is all about. Impulse to action towards intimate, closer union with Christ. I'll see you soon, friends, from another spot, another pilgrimage next week. God bless you. See you next time. Whoops.